It's not really a good idea. Yeah, sure.
Domestic violence advocates say a sexual predator could use the data to stalk their victims. Pinpoint exactly where you are, whether you are alone. Even take control of your vehicle. Vote no on 1. Keep your data safe.
Wow. I'm gonna be real. I wouldn't have believed that shit. Like, if he just said that, I wouldn't have believed it. That is dirty, bro. Like, what the fuck?
We're gonna force your garage door open. We force ourselves on you, and they spend quite a bit of time in that commercial actually claiming that the majority of the of people that advocate for sexual assault victims agreed with them, that if right to repair gets passed, that you are going to be hurt. So I've kind of tried to do this thing where I turn the word around and I take a word that has been used on us, and I rightfully so use it on them. Because unlike us, who actually care about the consent of our customers before we take away their freedom, their privacy, their right to do what they wish with what you own, oftentimes the manufacturer is the one doing it. And I could not think of a better example than Roku. A few weeks ago, they decided that you're not allowed to use your television anymore unless you click agree on a screen that forces you into a forced arbitration agreement. You bought the TV without the agreement, but now you can't even switch to an HDMI input unless you accepted the terms. They held your television hostage unless you agreed. They wouldn't let you leave unless you said yes. That, in my opinion, is a rapist mentality. But wait, it gets better.
Okay.
I said I was going to ruin your day, and I don't think I've done it yet. This is a
Welcome
patent
to my
application
channel
from Roku, and I'm going to summarize it for you. This is so that you could insert advertisements in between the device that has an HDMI output and the television. So this means that the television will be able to detect when you've paused content, and it will be able to insert an advertisement into that content, even if the content that you were using the HDMI part to view had no advertisements on. Because apparently this is something that users
so just to like add new what the fuck?
Asking for. Let's read over the patent. HDMI customized advertisement insertion. When the media device pauses the media content, the display device can determine that a pause event has occurred and insert an advertisement shown on the display device. Further, some embodiments...
So it's like if you pause, they give you an ad because you pause? That's crazy. That sounds awful.
Determining the context and or content of the media content that is paused, and determining an ad that is customized to the determined context or content displayed on the display device. Okay, so let's go over
Welcome to my channel.
You...
It's a cat. Got him. So the cat would be like an advertisement right now. If we paused. Because like he paused the video.
Okay, so let's go over this. So... People will very often say that advertisements are justified because you did not pay for the content. So if you're viewing television via, using an antenna like I did back
I think that really people need to go past the idea of whether something is justified or not. Because everybody is going to have a different definition of what justified is. And I think that really there are types of ads that are cannibalistic and annoying and types that aren't. And there is obviously a spectrum. Whereas even people that hate all ads, and I understand that, even they can acknowledge that some ads are worse than other ads. Like, there needs to be a conversation about, like, which ones of these are not just extremely fucking annoying.
90s, and you have an antenna and you have your little VCR and you're recording it, you're not paying for that content. So the way that they monetize it is by having commercials. Or when you view YouTube, like if you don't use YouTube Premium, you're not paying for the content, you're not paying them for the hosting, you're not paying the creator. So you become the product and they will serve you an advertisement so that they can get paid. The argument is made that if you're not paying for the content,
and this is an argument that I agree with, by the way. I think that if you're not paying for content, you should expect to have to see ads. I think that's very fair.
They fund it as advertisements.
Yeah.
The problem here is that you purchased your television, and if I paid $100 or $200 for several seasons of a television show, like 24 Heroes or something like that, the entire point of me paying full retail price is so that I do not.
Welcome to my channel.
The entire reason.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of in World.
Aaliyah. Welcome to my channel. Hazamramayu. Welcome to my channel.
Save the chickens. Of course, it's the one trench. Why didn't I thought this?
Welcome to my channel.
Abnormal. Fucking normal. Thanks, Kratek.
Lisa. Welcome to my channel. Sophia. Welcome to my channel.
Ja.
World of Warcraft, whenever you paid the subscription costs thinking that it would remove microtransactions from the game, but then they decided to add store mounts into the game on top of the sub price and then also charge you for expansions at the same time. And the player base was never polled on this change. They never asked us about this. They just said, hey, one day we're going to start adding mounts into the game. And now there's pets, and now there's transmog, and now there's name changes, and now there's a WoW token. And before you know it, you're going to have to pay $15 just to turn on your fucking TV. It's crazy. What is this? You don't pay taxes on television radios in America? I don't know if you do or not. I'm not sure. This is nuts, man.
And using the HDMI
yeah, you paying money to avoid it.
And my own content is because I don't want to watch ads.
Yeah, that's why you're giving them the money.
Commercials. And above all, I don't want to use the garbage, malware, spyware-ridden trash on your smart TV to watch television or to watch shows that are going to be filled with ads. I don't want the smart TV experience where I am being spied on and advertised to, so as a result, I will connect my own device to the television. The entire reason that I connect a Linux box to my television is because I want to avoid ads and I highly suggest the same for you. I have a YouTube channel with 2 million subscribers, and if you watch my videos and watch ads, I make money. In spite of that, on this channel, many times over the past 10 years, I have suggested that the people who watch this channel use something like Block Origin. I have something called point being, I make money when you watch ads. And I still suggest that you have ad blockers installed. The reason for that is that the 1/100th of a penny that I get when you watch 50 or 200 videos is not worth the amount of time that you lose from that. I make such a negligible amount of money from something that is going to cause you so much grief if you actually don't skip the ad that it's just not a fair ask in my opinion.
I don't think that YouTube is that bad, but I'll tell you guys.
Ja te nisam sljedeći put ću tu stati skretat čim se ja ustanem, nema problema. Neći to raditi. Sljedeći put ću tu stati čim se ja ustanem i skretat. Tako. Nema problema. Pa ja sve sam ustao i doručkovao, ali ja mislim da me nisi čuo. Ne rekao je.
From my perspective, I encourage you to use ad blockers. The reason that I feel that using ad block is becoming not just justified, but you're more...
Nemoj mi otvarat, znači neću da ćeram poslije uvek ko mački bubošvabe su, samo zatvori. Sve je otvoreno. Vrata su vrata.
It doesn't.
I think that, yeah, this is going to keep happening. And, like, I do think that these companies will win the war on ad blocker. Like, I do think that they will win. But they're not going to beat him. And they're probably not going to beat me either. And they're probably not going to beat a lot of you guys. But we are the, like, extreme hyper minority. It's like what I said before with, like, running a race. If you run a race and you put enough hurdles in that race, eventually you're going to have a lot of people that trip up. And the more hurdles you put in there, the less people that can complete the race. And all they're trying to do is put so many hurdles in that only the super dedicated people like him or like me or like a lot of you guys, we're the only ones ad blocking, and the other 95% of people, it is too obstructive to do.
Matter. And again, this is one of the things that I keep talking about when I say changing the terms of the sale. Whether you're talking about a company deciding that you need to accept a forced arbitration agreement that was not there when you bought the product in order to use it, or we're talking about a company that says, hey, I know you paid full price for your television, and I know you paid $100 just to view this content without ads rather than viewing or recording from the television. We're going to say ads into your ads. You bought it without ads, but you're going to watch it with ads now. And this is part of a pattern that I've been going over with many companies.
I've altered the deal. Pray that I do not alter it any further.
Respecting the concept of consent, not respecting the concept that there were terms of a sale that were set and that you cannot continuously change them. And let's not even get into
I think that the problem is the fact that there aren't any terms for this. Because I understand that a company has to update their business model based off of how the economy changes. But what I don't think is acceptable is to take an existing deal and then completely change it and then force somebody to arbitrate. I think that if you have to completely change a deal, especially in terms of something that's a digital service, you should have to offer a full refund for that deal. Because like if he could get a full refund for it at that point, it wouldn't matter. Because it's like, okay, now it's just not available anymore. It's the fact that you can't get the refund.
The fact that the entire reason that I connect a Linux Debian desktop...
Otiću ja sam, ajde, nema problema.
Sorry, I don't mean to pause again.
Neće to da ide, otiću ja sam.
I think that companies should be able to try to stop ad block.
To što neću sad da idem ove sekunde.
Invading your privacy. I think that companies should try to take measures to reduce ad block. And that's a smart and intelligent thing for them to do as a way of maintaining their business. However, I think consumers should be able to ad block as well, and consumers should be protected by the government. They should be. And I think this is an instance where regulation needs to happen. So I don't want to see it be made against the law for a website to stop people from using ad blocker, assuming they're not invading your privacy with different measures that were like, you know, for example, like what is it, like a GDPD or whatever, GDPR, those rules that like some of them break in EU. But besides that, I don't really think that this is a good thing to like make that GDPR. Yeah, there you go. Not GDKP. So yeah, I think the company should be able to try to advocate to do that. They should be able to that block and privacy. But also, the customer should always be able to have consent. I think what his point of view is, like the argument that he's making is very well. That comes with my television is because by nature it spies on me. By default it spies on me. I do not want to hear any crap in the comments about how much better relative TV. Those things are that thing costs $3,500. I will show you at the end of this video the settings that are on by default in this piece of shit, whether it is settings related to the television being able to see which content I'm viewing, or a little button that says, do not sell my information, that by default is turned off in a piece of shit that I paid $3,500 for. That is an excuse that it's actually crazy how technically illiterate most of the country is, so we don't have any regulation or protection for this stuff. It's really disappointing.
When they want to shit on people. This is when you have people going, oh, you use Android, you must be poor. Oh, you use a PC, you must be poor. Oh, you use 150, you should get a Silverado. Oh, you have a Silverado. You deserve
You know the funny thing about the people that think that, you know, using an Android or a PC must make you poor? All of those people are probably poorer than the people that are using PCs. You know why? Because they're spending extra money on Apple phones.
Towards a brick. You
And
should
on
have got
iMacs.
It's one of these things that we use to just kind of fight against each other rather than look at the people doing this. In this case, the entire reason that I wish to use my Debian Linux desktop with my television is because I don't want it to spy on me. And my television, as I'll show you in the video at the end of this, little like LG anti-sponsor, is that my television is telling me in no uncertain terms in big font on a 77-inch screen that it is spying. So I decided, you know what? I'm not going to use it.
I think that a big reality check. I'm going to show you guys a big reality check about things spying. This dude knows more about computers and the internet and technology than everybody else in this chat room put together. And he has tape over his mic, over his webcam. I find that to be very interesting. Very, very interesting. He's a massive target. Think about what you're saying here. Does he have tape over his plant? He doesn't, does it? No, he doesn't. Do you know why? Because his plant can't be co-opted to spy on him. There's a reason why he put it over that thing and not over everything else. Think about it.
I'm going to connect my own HDMI cable to my television so that I could watch my content without being spied on, without my data being sold by default, and without ads. So what you said is, you know what? You don't want to use my system? You don't want to use my spying system? You don't want to use my ads? You don't want to deal with my trackers? Fuck you. I'm going to put those on the HDMI inputs anyway. You want to try and plug something into this TV? I'm going to watch what you're doing. You want to plug something without ads into this television that you actually fucking paid for? I'm going to put ads on it anyway.
I think that there's going to be a really big market in like 5 or 10 years for products that intentionally don't have any of these services. I actually think there's going to be a huge market for it because the level of distrust there already is in Asia. Yeah, I know that there's a little bit of it, right? Like dumb phones, yeah, sure. Unlock phones, yeah. I think that it's going to become like right now. It's like if you're buying a blister pack phone. Right? However, I think that as more and more of this becomes more popular and there's like more people that are aware of it, and it becomes also, and you see how, you know, again, excess exceeds. And excess exceeds itself, and it will continue exceeding itself. The more and more of this that happens, the more people will be alienated away, and there will be a breaking point for each person. And once enough people reach that breaking point, then a market emerges for devices and tools that don't have any of this technology associated with it. I actually think it's a really good business. I don't know if I'm going to do that, right? I'm not sure if there's enough money in it yet, but I think it's a very good business idea.
That's where we're going. And again, to be clear, at this point, it's not even about I am suggesting that it is your moral and ethical duty to go out of your way to avoid advertising at all costs. Because this industry stopped caring about consent a long time ago. And it's becoming more and more obvious as you read hacks like this and as you see what companies are doing.
I also want to say I think this is true with a lot of websites that have very consumer-unfriendly practices. Like, for example, like interrupting, like reading something that you're looking at, like halfway through it to play an ad, or to block it off, or the rest of it. I feel like Frost does this, and like a few other like mainstream publications do this, and it's incredibly consumer unfriendly. And I don't know how well these companies are doing, but like here, let me just take it. We're gonna do like 50, right? see this with so many of these websites. I don't know how they don't realize it. For short-term profits, yeah, it's horrible. Because we need journalistic outlets. And they're strangling themselves to death just for money.
Again, this YouTube channel, it is, I do not have sponsors in this video. And when you look at the way I talk about companies, whether LG, Lenovo, or anybody else, it never will. It's not happening. It's like, I know that.
I thought this myself because I roast so many companies. They will still sponsor me. Like, I can make a hate video about a game, and the game will be like, yeah, that's fine. Just play it then.
The only route this channel has to actually make money is ad revenue. And I am going out of my way to suggest, dare I say it, to beg PF Blocker Engine, whatever the hell the equivalent is.
uBlock is the best one.
Go out of your way to block every single ad humanly possible. If you like a creator, if you like what they do, if you really want to support them, find the link. Send them some. And to be clear, you could watch...
It's crazy that he's talking about this because I made a video about this. I made a video about this in 2017. I said this shit was happening. I did. No. No.
Dozens of my videos, I'm going to get a fraction of a penny. If you want to support content creators, if you want to support journalists, if you want to support your actual local newspaper,
$5.
find a way to support content, or find a way to send them something directly. But we need to kind of start standing up against this industry, because this entire industry is becoming just so predatory and so disgusting.
I'm okay with bespoke sponsorships. Like, for example, if a streamer does a partnership with a company, because like you can hold that individual streamer accountable and you can choose not to consume their content again. I think it's okay to have advertisements. It's fine, but like the individual content creator can be held accountable for it. And that's a good thing.
The point of every single piece of data must be mine whenever I use it. And it drives me so nuts when I read comments from people saying, you bought something cheap, you signed up for that. I never fucking consented to LG selling my personal data.
Somebody says in chat, I'll respond to this because you're in chat a lot, and so you're disagreeing. You're saying bad take. People complaining about ads and don't exist because of ads is stupid though. The guy making money on YouTube complaining about ads is insane. Nearly all the money comes from benefiting from ads though. All of my money does? Yeah, it does. Because no ads, it costs 2x the amount. Part of the reason why it's lower cost is because of ads. Yeah, I think that that's probably the case for some TVs, but I'm not sure why every single TV is like that. And also, why would maybe I'm not educated in this, but why would a television cost more money as a piece of hardware? Like, what does the price of a television have to do with ads? Yeah, can you explain that to me? Because I really don't understand it. High-end TVs subsidize lower-end TVs. Okay, I'm going to assume that you're right. Okay, I'm going to assume that you're right, and I'm going to explain. Like, let's look at this logic, and I'm going to explain, even if your logic is right, how I still think that it's wrong. The reason why I think that it's wrong is because I don't like the idea that a consumer unfriendly business model is necessary to prop up a industry. If an industry cannot exist in a capacity that is friendly and beneficial for the public at large, then it doesn't deserve to exist. So I don't like the mindset or the logic of, like, you know, for example, people use this with clothes, for example. Like, okay, so like the logic is like we need to have an underclass of people that are working for slave wages effectively. Not slave wages, but like horrible wages in like third world countries and being mistreated in our country so we can have them as an underclass so we can have cheap things. This is not a sustainable and ethical world at all. So whenever I see this happen, I hate the idea that unethical business is justified because it enables an industry. I find this to be incredibly problematic. I see your point of view. I think that you're right with like what you're saying with YouTube, but that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about like hardware being co-opted and hijacked and held hostage.
But they assume that I did. I never consented to a Roku television being able to tell what I'm watching and inject ads into my material. But they think that that's what I'm doing. And when I
That's
say
crazy.
no, when I say I don't want to use the smart system on the TV, I want to plug in my own, they think it is appropriate to tell me to go F myself because we're going to put the ads there anyway. Don't buy this shit. It's a good ad.
I think that you should be able to buy it. It's totally fine, and you should also be able to refund it completely.
As always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you all in the next video. Bye. This here is an LG G3 OLED television that also has cat scratchers.
So here it is.
Trying to drive my cat into not scratching on the speaker. Well, we'll see if that works. In all seriousness, this is in the menu of this television. If you go in any one of the default profiles and you go to privacy and
The problem is that these issues are so granular and they're so nuanced that I think a lot of people don't care about them yet. That's why, for example, you can have massive privacy encroachment, like the Patriot Act, for example, and nobody really cares about it because they either assume it's for the greater good or they don't have the understanding of technology high enough to see where the problem is. And even I don't understand it as well as he does.
What you'll notice with the smart television is there's an option called Do Not Sell My Personal Information. And because we live in a dystopian world, this option is not by default checked. It should be the default when you pay over $3,000.
Isn't there a word for that? 2 words for that? That's got to be a double. I think that because I remember looking at the definition that one lawyer provided. Based off of that definition, it is. It's illegal in my country. Yeah, good. Oregon Tech, our product designer, is 100% dark pattern. Yeah. Man, dark pattern equals DP equals. Bro, my mom was on this. I remember, so like I got Izzy's old TV. I don't know how it got at my house. I think it's whenever she moved in with me for a period of time. And she said, don't you fucking plug that thing in. Don't you plug that fucking thing into my house. You're gonna put it over there, face it against the wall. We're not having that TV anywhere near here. She knew, bro. She fucking knew about this shit. Like, she was, dude, she was in on this stuff in like 2005. Like, she was fucking thinking about this all the way back then. It was crazy. Like, she didn't give Blizzard her account information ever. They didn't know anything about her, like, payment info. And she's like, no, you're going to Target, you're buying a card. They're not getting my I'm not putting that on the internet. Nope. And I had to buy her game cards. Bro, I have a stack of game cards downstairs.
Welcome to my channel.
Of all of her old game cards.
Real Mercy.
The Xbox
Welcome
Connect
to my
drama?
channel.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was like 2014, somewhere around there. Yeah. You saved them? I did save them. Well, I didn't really save them. I just, like, I saved them and then I save everything, right? It's just still in my room. Well, anyway, there's the video. Make sure to give it a like. I mean, I really wish that more people, because the problem is that a lot of people see this kind of stuff and they're like, I think they assume that people like me and people like him are like paranoid, like oversensitive, unreasonable people, you know? But there's a reason why Mark Zuckerberg's got a piece of tape over that webcam. And if there was no way to get into that webcam and there was no way for them to be able to access it without your consent, then he probably wouldn't need the tape over the webcam. He doesn't have tape over the plant because he can't connect to the plant. It's not possible. What he does with the webcam. I'm not saying it's happening.
Oh, brother. At this point, Activision should just give you game for free.
Happening all the time, but I'm saying it's possible. That's why he's got tape over the webcam and not the plant. It's just the way it is. I do think that games definitely are suffering from people being like hyper focused on finishing the game and doing it quickly. Like I was actually going to watch this video about it, about how streamers ruined gaming, because I do think that like streaming and everything has had a profound effect on gaming, and that effect is not all good.
Did streamers really ruin gaming, or are you just trash? In this video, I'm going to talk about gaming before streaming was popular and gaming after streaming became.
What was the game?
I'm going to talk about gaming before streaming.
Super NES? Super fucking, I don't even know what that is.
Streaming was popular and gaming after streaming became popular. And by the end of this video, you'll have an
He's trying to read the name of the game.
Really ruined gaming or not. Now, a few months ago, I was actually scrolling through Twitter and I saw this tweet right here that says, "Dominating blue-collar workers in Battlefield."
Oh god, I remember this.
Well, it's basically like Battlefield and Roblox.
Yeah.
This is pretty much the whole clip. Yeah, pretty much that guy is just straight up dominating. That's pretty much it. And I saw a quote tweet that said, "Esports ruin casual gaming." Now, I know the whole title of this video is like something along the lines of streamers ruin gaming, but I'm gonna put streamers and esports kind of in the same category.
They are in the same category because they elicit the same type of behavior. And also a lot of streamers for competitive games are streamers because they're competitive players.
Yeah, because with streaming, you kind of got to either be good at a game or funny. And with esports, you got to be good at a game. So I'm going to put them both together because they're pretty similar, if I do say so myself. But to really understand this, we got to go all the way back to 2018. The Fortnite boom. Before Fortnite was this cringe cash grab that pretty much just preyed on little kids for money, it was a game that nobody truly knew how to play and everyone had fun with it. I mean, back in 2018, every single human being was talking about Fortnite. I mean, back then you had Fortnite meme pages, every single human being was posting their wins, people were doing emotes IRL. Fortnite move! Oh, do it again,
Jesus. Jesus, that was holy shit.
I mean, that's how we got the infamous ninja clip.
Oh my god.
And since Fortnite was so popular, one thing that also became popular because of Fortnite was streaming. Back then, Twitch was like pretty niche, but I'd say that Fortnite made Twitch more mainstream. And you may be asking,
Fortnite definitely was a huge impact on streaming. Fortnite was fucking massive. And it definitely brought streaming into the mainstream.
Why did people go to Twitch and not YouTube? Well, the thing about YouTube is that a lot of YouTube videos are edited, and some people, they may be good on YouTube, but it's like on Twitch. Twitch is live, Twitch is raw. So if you lose, like, people are gonna see you lose.
They sure
and if you win, people are gonna see you win. And that's why Twitch was so popular, because you could see high-level gameplay in real time. To determine if somebody was truly good, all you had to do was just watch them on Twitch. And with Twitch becoming so popular, some streamers that a bunch of people were watching back then was people like Myth, Ninja, Dr. Lupo, Nick Merckx. The whole Ninja versus Myth argument was like the biggest topic in school. I remember I was back in like 10th grade and we were arguing at lunch tables talking about if Myth or Ninja was better. I'm not gonna lie, back then I was team Myth. But with all those popular streamers and pro players being in the limelight, that made more people want to be a pro player slash streamer. I mean, did y'all see how some of these Fortnite teams were getting down? Bro, I'm telling you, if I had to crank a few 90s to be a freaking Fortnite pro back then, I probably would. And that's exactly where the downfall of gaming happened.
Everybody trying to be a streamer. Everybody TTV, YT, .kick, you know, like live or something like that. Yeah, that's what it does. And so you've got these kids, and it's like, you know, back in the day, you'd play a video game, and it's like you knew that it didn't really fucking matter how good you were at Smash Brothers. Like, you're still just playing a fucking video game. Who gives a shit? But like now, because you can play this game and make a bunch of money, you've got these kids literally playing these games like their life depends on it. And like it elevated the entire, you know, the entire intensity of competition in gaming. And so like people that just want to play the game casually are getting queued into lobbies with these people, and it's like not fun for them. Like for example, like for me, for Fortnite, like I didn't want to have to learn like all of the like speed building stuff. Like I just didn't like the gameplay of it. Maybe I could do it. I don't know. I didn't even try, to be honest. I didn't even really try. So it just didn't seem like it appealed to me because it felt too sweaty. So I just kind of gave up.
Started focusing on the money you can make from gaming.
I think a lot of people did with Fortnite. Yeah, that's why they were happy with no build.
Where you try to win by doing these creative strats, like building a sky base, building a huge meadow base, or maybe even camping in a bush. But then it turned into this huge sweat fest when people saw that you could make abnormal amounts of money from this game. Back then, if you shot at a dude, they would probably start shooting at you back, like they wouldn't even build. But now, if you shoot at somebody in Fortnite, they're building a whole freaking skyscraper hotel with Wi-Fi. It's actually wild.
Well, and it's also like you think about, like there were people that got discovered for being stream snipers or killing a popular player at the time. Like I think that it was like the one kid that won like $3 million from the Fortnite tournament. Like not just Greek, right? But like he ended up killing Tfue or something like that, and it was like a really big deal. Booga,
now let me say this right now. I do also say that that's kind of just time. Like,
I was keeping thinking Buddha. I was like, no, it's not it.
Everyone's playing games to be the best, rather than to just have fun with their boys. Everyone is playing to be watched on Twitch or watched on YouTube. I mean, you ever play a game and you get killed by somebody with a TTV gamer tag?
Yeah, there it fucking is. Holy shit. Yep.
And they're not streaming at all. They're just sweating just to sweat. Like
or like you go to their stream. You go to their stream and they have like 2 viewers, and you look like, oh, we've been streaming for 9 hours. It's like, holy shit, man.
Just playing for that top spot, because in that top spot you can make content out of it, and with that content comes a whole lot of money. Unless you're playing like Farming Simulator and you're a pro, I don't really think you make a lot of money from that.
Probably not.
I might become a Farming Simulator pro.
That's what it is. Get him. How is that a miss? How?
Jisuyu. Welcome to my channel.
Hello, mister. Thanks. Thanks, game. Sure, buddy, sure. That's all interesting. Oh no. Oh, so exactly. You don't have to spin right round. You spin my hand right round. Little baby, right round. You spin my head, baby, right round. Little baby, right round. Unbelievable. Speed, power, aggression. Damn.
Rodori gives you interesting set.
You never know, bars.
Well, this is why, for example, like people were unhappy about Helldivers and then players trying to like force meta comps. And it's like also whenever you're talking about a competitive game, like for example, like in Helldivers, you really don't need that because there's no PvP. But the reality is that meta comps are meta because they're really good. That's why they're meta, guys. It's like everybody's like, oh, I like going against the meta. But yeah, but like you're not playing a competitive game. Like an equally skilled player, like of equal skill, it's you versus somebody else of equal skill. You're using meta, they're not. You win, they lose. That's how it is. That's why it's the meta.
Everyone's pretty much playing to be watched. I remember back then, games wouldn't really get sweaty until like 2 or 3 weeks after release. But now, games are sweaty off the rip. It can be 5 days away from Call of Duty coming out, and you already got a dude making a video saying, best class setup 2023, MW3. And it's like, bro,
Season
the game
0
hasn't even released. It can be 2 weeks before 2K comes out, and a dude already has the best build. It makes no sense. And when the game comes out, people are only going to play the meta, because when you only play the meta, you can win more. And when you win more, you can get up to that top rank. And when you get up to that top rank, you can stream, create content from it. More people are going to watch you because you're up high on the leaderboards. And then the cycle just continues and continues and continues. And now everyone's just playing the same because everyone's just trying to be the best to be able to stream it / be watched. Back then,
yeah, because like everybody, like I saw a poll and it said that like kids in like America and in, I think it was in the UK specifically, but somewhere in Europe, the #1 job they wanted to be was a streamer. And like, you know, #2 was YouTuber, or #3 was professional gamer, right? It was like 2 out of the 3 top careers were like being a video game streamer or something like that. And so, yeah, China wanted to be astronauts and doctors. Yeah, I remember, I think I said that then, last time I brought this up. I don't know what that means, but probably not something good. Either way, this kind of stuff is, you have all these kids that are trying to do this, and the reality is that every once in a while a kid does pop off and he does do really well. So it's not like it's out of the ordinary. And like, if you're very good at a very popular competitive game, you will be able to make money off of that. Absolutely. It's not even a question. Even if you're just buying and selling accounts. Don't you think it feels better now whenever you beat the meta? Well, yeah, but you're probably not going to beat the meta, right? And this is like assuming equal skill, right? And that's my whole point, is like, it doesn't matter whether it feels better whenever you're beating the meta. Whenever you lose to the meta, does it feel worse? I mean, for me, like, I remember like losing to meta players. It was like, okay, another one. Great. All right, next.
You would play games for the fun because there was really no money involved. But now it's like every single human being is trying to become the top streamer, and it's like, bro, like, where's the fun in that? Back then, gaming tournaments were giving out speckles. I'm telling you, if you won a gaming tournament for like freaking Mortal Kombat or Halo or something like that, you were probably going to get 50 cents in a Big Mac. But now, if you win a freaking Fortnite tournament or you just win a freaking Call of Duty tournament, dog, you're honestly set. You can buy your mom a freaking mansion. People are getting millions from tournaments. I mean, look at Booga, bro. Didn't he won like 3 million?
Yeah, 3 million.
Sure, that is wild.
Well, it's like also there's that, and then there's like also like smaller scale levels of success. Like, for example, a lot of WoW players make a lot of money selling carries, right? I mean, they make a tremendous amount of money. Not like, this isn't like a 6-figure salary for like 99.99% of even the people that are selling stuff, but they're making a huge amount of money. And they're able to do that and finance what their hobby is. And then if you add in streaming, well, then that's a whole other multiplier. Because like, you're not just making $3 million, you're making 20 grand a month streaming or something like that. And it's consistent, and it's something that you have, like, you know, streaming is like it's, you know, obviously like the Hassan thing, right? Not every single thing about streaming is always good all of the time. But listen, guys, a lot of fucking things are. And you can complain about streaming, like Asana complained about it, I can complain about it, anybody will complain about it. But at the end of the day, they're probably going to go live the next day. So the truth is that streaming, you have a lot of advantages and opportunities that you don't necessarily have whenever you're working a traditional job. So that's why I think so many people go after it.
That is insane money. Another thing about gaming after streaming is that games that aren't even sweaty are becoming sweaty. For example, Fall Guys.
Yes.
I remember back in 2020, every single human being was playing Fall Guys during quarantine. And with everybody playing Fall Guys, TikTok got a hold of that. And I remember scrolling through TikTok one day, and I saw this one dude making videos of the best strats on certain maps on Fall Guys. And I just thought to myself, what do you gain from being a sweat in Fall Guys? What do you gain? Like, I understand.
He gains views. That's what he gains. And people want to win the game. It's really not that complicated, but it's still like, whenever you say it, it's like, yeah, it kind of is, you know? It's the point of the game. Yeah, exactly.
and they're trying to show people how to win and stuff. But I feel like the reason why Fall Guys was so fun was because nobody was making strats or anything. People were just hopping in, having fun, just playing like headless chickens, you know? I feel like games die out quicker when you're making all these strats and stuff on how to win, when it's not even like, obviously, yes, the goal in Fall Guys is to win, but I feel like the whole point of that game is to enjoy the journey. Like the fun.
People play like their life depends on it, because it does. Like, these are people that don't have any other prospects in life at all.
Yes, they does.
Welcome to my channel.
Good morning, sir. Or was it evening at your place? Well, I have to get out of the game and pick up the new assignments, but I want to get out of puddle. Thanks. Thanks, Kretek. No. By the way, I didn't want to scare anyone, but there is a guy playing in 4-5-star lobby at the US East. I kind of don't think he deranks because he's like super egoistic, and I don't think he like goes like to 4 below 4-star lobby. That's what I think. And I've seen the video about it, and it was made by that same clan that people like don't like, the Bread Boys. But the problem is, if the Bread Boys didn't made a video about the leather exploit, Crytek wouldn't do shit about it. So, you know, if anybody is interested, I will share the some interesting material. Let's call it like that. Wow, these people split. Mind if I do? Nope. Whole event, I couldn't find more than 1 gold register. And I feel kind of lucky that I found even 1. It's not that the Crytek would become poorer because of me. It's like the odds are kind of shitty. This is very odd. Wow. Rolling, rolling, rolling on a riverboat. Looking for job in a city. Great. Thanks, Great Tech. Waiting for the man every night and day. Then I hitch a ride on the riverboat. Big wheels keep on rolling. I'll merry keep on rolling. Rolling, rolling. Rolling on the riverboat. Guess, guess, guess. Anyway. We're almost done with the event. Oh! Then what we gonna play? Probably Call of Duty Battle Pass. Or Diablo 4. That's like 2 levels.
Address to Lulu Bassett. Translated from Spanish. Ink on unmarked map. This letter I won't give to you.
Unmarked
I will
map.
keep it on me for
Oh
now.
yes.
My words mean nothing if not aimed at you, so I have to put them down like this. You're asleep in the rail car and the desert passes quickly. Our hands are cold when they touch. It's the coldness of leaving a place.
Desert.
No goodbyes are ever warm, even when they are from a swamp as vile as ours. The bayou will always steam with regret, taste like gunpowder. I think I'll miss it. We both smell like low tide and rot from the land of the dead. Shaking hands with the drowned has lingered on us. But the bayou is their burden for now. They're the only guardians we could find, but they fit. They've earned it. Vultures are circling some animal walking across the playa. It's following the trail of some circus caravan.
Playa?
Dying in the desert is dry and desperate. Death has no passion there. His kisses are cacti and blisters. He's all heat and
New
shimmer,
Mexico.
thin as a snake in the distance where sand meets the sky. The death I made my deal with was different. He was giant, a rotting skeleton who gurgled with the rasping throats of men caught in trees. He was something that lurked in floods and graveyards. That is death in Louisiana.
Yes.
I do not know what death will look like further west, but I've heard rumors. Sunsets paint the canyons and make the rocks bleed. The air is thin, hard to breathe. Things are alive there in a wildness the swamps forgot. On the other side of these mountains, dying will take a new shape. Its shadow will be the skeleton of you and me, back to back, and 1,000 gun barrels waiting to sing.
So where are we? Where are we exactly? So Google Earth. So if this is correct even, you know. Africa, USA, Louisiana, Houston, San Antonio, Ojinaga, Red Canyon, Utah. Right there. That's a bit far. Here. I don't know. Could be wrong, I couldn't be, who knows. Fuck you. This seems doable. I can do this after I come home from work. Oh no. Not the Mr. Bug. That's fine. Oh yeah, let me find.
You ever wonder how blatant cheaters in Hunt Showdown avoid getting reported?
What the fuck?
They just go to game settings and activate hidden stats.
Truly the great era we're living.
Our previous video briefly exposed two cheaters, Malingo and S.W.Cozy,
Welcome to
and
my
how they
channel.
use hidden stats to avoid getting banned. This video includes much more evidence and details on the situation and cheating in general.
And we come slow players. That's right. All of you are fucking dog shit.
Down low, right here.
I'm getting flawlessly wallbang.
After the first video was posted, Malingo, Dex2Cozy, and other MH cheaters stopped even attempting to be subtle. Malingo appears to only use wall hacks. His strategy is to find wooden cover, hide behind it, and painfully try to headshot them through the wall. Dex2Cozy, on the other hand, uses Magic Bullet. He can kill people at spawn from 500 meters away and can shoot through brick with a bow.
He just bowed him through the wall.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
You might die.
I've compiled all my adventures in this.
Well.
Seth.
I am not fan of BB. Okay, but boys clan in and Sean. But last time they made big fuss and social media about another exploit, after which Crytek had to fix bug pronto.
Sims 1 into 1 hour-long video, combined, edited, and enhanced to create a movie marathon. After hours of living out the lives of several goofy, yet perhaps relatable protagonists, what remains at the core of The Sims is a story of upward mobility, a microcosm of our lives and careers playing out on the screen.
Growing up with The Sims taught me everything I needed to know about life. Managing my habits, social life, money, career, or so that's what I thought when I was a kid. Even after I've discarded so many gaming memories of my past, the series with its blend of emergent storytelling.
The fuck. cutting with the knife, blood is spilling everywhere. She will be my bride. So, here is a question. Should you stream every game, or should you focus on one? That is a question.
And outlandish writing and humor have always fascinated me as being way ahead of their time and begged to return. I actually had to track down the physical discs on eBay to play this one. It's really difficult to find a way to play this game nowadays. So I feel that after all these years, I've finally earned the right to replay it. I was wondering for a challenge how I would manage my habits and my life to pull myself up by the bootstraps if I had $0 to start. We spawn into the neighborhood with nothing but an empty plot of land. Well, it's not truly empty. First we need to get rid of some trees, bushes, leaving us with only the non-negotiables. Mailbox and trash can. Now's where the magic really happens. It's time to create our sim. The ambiguous family. The term family here means, just me. Brian, ambiguous. Now if we're going to want to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, we're going to need a character who's active and extremely neat. Basically, the American Psycho if he had to start out from scratch. A real lady killer, so to speak. We still have one problem, though, and that's the fact that we have still $20,000 to our name. Well, now it's gone down to $16,500. We'll need to make a few poor financial decisions before Brian moves himself in. So, to delete all of our money, we're just going to pay the exorbitantly expensive landscaping fees to build an Everest of dirt on our plot. And then demolish it. Well, $16,500 later and we're broke. But not only that, we've also massacred the grass that lived in our yard and made our home much less inviting than it was even before. All that's left is just one small, sad pile of dirt. And that's essentially what our protagonist is anyway, so let's begin. It looks like Brian isn't completely hopeless. He's at least got the newspaper and a magazine. So long as we stay on our property and clean up after ourselves, we at least maybe won't be arrested. I mean, technically it's not illegal to just stand there on a pile of dirt that you purchased in the middle of the neighborhood. We can wait here while we look for a job and, oh my gosh, someone's coming. Part of upward mobility in The Sims involves befriending the locals, complimenting them, shaking their hands, and tolerating them when they menace you with hand puppets. So after babysitting Mortimer, who is a sociopath, and being slapped by his wife, Bella Goth, I deemed it a poor idea to continue socializing. People are volatile. At least it was keeping me sane for now. The bigger question was, how would I make it until tomorrow, before my first day of work as a slacker? This pile of dirt wasn't going to inhabit itself. Ah, the first day of work. A unique opportunity to impress the boss and make a good first impression. Despite starting with nothing, I'd been fortunate enough to inherit some magical supplies from the itinerant magician. How would I use these things to keep my mood up before the first workday? Geronimo! I ventured down the portal and out of my property into one of the only public areas I was allowed to visit, the Carnival. Using the outhouse and the public sink were my only options. I spent the rest of the afternoon reclining on a bench, trying to avoid suspicion. Back home before sundown to meet the local cats. And then, a desperate night of sleeping in a paper bag by the side of the road. Who will care for the homeless? Off to my first day of work. From 5 to 10 a.m. it's busy, busy, busy. 90 simoleons, cash for a day's wages. Unfortunately, enough to afford only the least expensive of chairs. So it's back into the portal and eating popcorn or cotton candy to avoid or at least stave off starvation. The truth is that you can fail this challenge if you don't feed your sim. It doesn't matter how much you wet yourself, sleep on the ground, or fail to sit. In truth, it is a desperate struggle. If I didn't raise money fast, my sim would start to break. The rich get richer, and the poor get children, or die trying. And The Sims is a timeless allegory for the struggle of the 99% against the 1%, the haves versus the have-nots. At long last, I obtained a chair, my first possession I cherished and guarded like a watchdog. There were those who sought to appropriate my chair, Claire the Bear, that ursine burglar who ran like Naruto, face forward to my trash. It's a rough world out there, and the poor are the most vulnerable, stealing from one another. Would you take more than just my trash? No. The Sims had a lot of weird NPCs. I spent the rest of the night intimidating the local raccoons and ignoring the skunk squatting on my land. If I just kept a positive attitude anyway, I could escape this poverty. At least I had a view of the stars, and my needs would be slowly met. Day 2 at my job, more suspicious leeching off of public utilities, and back home to return to my chair. For what furniture I lacked, I improvised. Working is fun, and the thought of things getting easier was a motivator to take my mind off of distractions. After all, what did I have to lose? I got it down to a beat. Work, mysterious portal, return home. And before long, I had raised enough capital to fund a couch acquisition. Not only could I sit, but also sleep. Now I had twice as many options, and by selling my magical equipment, I was able to pay the government my $16 of debt, then use the leftovers to fund a griddle purchase. Burgers, burgers, burgers! I was the king of burgers. I ate 6 of them, and then ejected lemonade. It was okay. It looks like Brian isn't completely hopeless. He's at least got the newspaper and a magazine. So long as we stay on our property and clean up after ourselves, we at least maybe won't be arrested. I mean, technically it's not illegal to just stand there on a pile of dirt that you purchased in the middle of the neighborhood. We can wait here while we look for a job and, oh my gosh, someone's coming. Part of upward mobility in The Sims involves befriending the locals, complimenting them, shaking their hands, and tolerating them when they menace you with hand puppets. So after babysitting Mortimer, who is a sociopath, and being slapped by his wife, Bella Goth, I deemed it a poor idea to continue socializing. People are volatile. At least it was keeping me sane for now. The bigger question was, how would I make it until tomorrow, before my first day of work as a slacker? This pile of dirt wasn't going to inhabit itself. Ah, the first day of work. A unique opportunity to impress the boss and make a good first impression. Despite starting with nothing, I'd been fortunate enough to inherit some magical supplies from the itinerant magician. How would I use these things to keep my mood up before the first workday? Geronimo! I ventured down the portal and out of my property into one of the only public areas I was allowed to visit, the Carnival. Using the outhouse and the public sink were my only options. I spent the rest of the afternoon reclining on a bench, trying to avoid suspicion. Back home before sundown to meet the local cats. And then, a desperate night of sleeping in a paper bag by the side of the road. Who will care for the homeless? Off to my first day of work. From 5 to 10 a.m. it's busy, busy, busy. 90 simoleons, cash for a day's wages. Unfortunately, enough to afford only the least expensive of chairs. So it's back into the portal and eating popcorn or cotton candy to avoid or at least stave off starvation. The truth is that you can fail this challenge if you don't feed your sim. It doesn't matter how much you wet yourself, sleep on the ground, or fail to sit. In truth, it is a desperate struggle. If I didn't raise money fast, my sim would start to break. The rich get richer, and the poor get children, or die trying. And The Sims is a timeless allegory for the struggle of the 99% against the 1%, the haves versus the have-nots. At long last, I obtained a chair, my first possession I cherished and guarded like a watchdog. There were those who sought to appropriate my chair, Claire the bear, that ursine burglar who ran like Naruto, face forward to my trash. It's a rough world out there, and the poor are the most vulnerable, stealing from one another. Would you take more than just my trash? No. The Sims had a lot of weird NPCs. I spent the rest of the night intimidating the local raccoons and ignoring the skunk squatting on my land. If I just kept a positive attitude anyway, I could escape this poverty. At least I had a view of the stars, and my needs would be slowly met. Day 2 at my job, more suspicious leeching off of public utilities, and back home to return to my chair. For what furniture I lacked, I improvised. Working is fun, and the thought of things getting easier was a motivator to take my mind off of distractions. After all, what did I have to lose? I got it down to a beat. Work, mysterious portal, return home. And before long, I had raised enough capital to fund a couch acquisition. Not only could I sit, but also sleep.
Now I had twice as many options, and by selling my magical equipment, I was able to pay the government my $16 of debt, then use the leftovers to fund a griddle purchase. Burgers, burgers, burgers! I was the king of burgers. I ate 6 of them, and then ejected lemonade. It was okay. Working is fun. I lost track of the days, meeting my needs, stifling the crying before I boarded the carpool for work, and before long, life improved. I got a TV. Every couple days, there was a new purchase, helping visualize the many hours I had given to my job and making ends meet. Though life was stabilizing, I sensed complacency and began to feel like everything was becoming a treadmill. Get up, go to work, come home, repeat. In pursuit of this vague new life, I attempted to break out of the trend of keeping up with the Johnsons by staging my household furniture in unique locations to invite the curiosity of passers-by, and hopefully start up a conversation, maybe some flirting, potentially a romance. I don't want to sound like I'm opposed to buying things. There's a silver lining to all this. In The Sims, your dreams can become reality for a simple dollar value. Eventually, you will be satisfied by your amazing furniture and all of the pleasure it brings you to stand around in it. Potential friends will admire you for your new renovations, your bathroom, your kitchen, and beg to be invited over to behold your rising wealth. Bulbous in public, new lava lamp, new bed, new wall, housewarming party. They were all but passing tastes of an illusory consumerist oasis in the middle of a desert. Was I really making any friends? I guess what I'm trying to say is that it was a double-edged sword. But the wealth was beginning to seem irrelevant. I still had to work. My friends still hated me. I sometimes fainted on the ground out of exhaustion and couldn't even enjoy the fruits of my labor. Even when I won over $1,000, there was no chance to breathe and learn. I was too depressed, running a treadmill of poverty, hypnotized. Keep buying things until you fake yourself into the illusion of a better lifestyle. What I really craved was freedom. There had to be another way, a way to subvert the system. I began to forego my rich possessions and opted for a lifestyle of poverty like the Stoics. Would voluntary suffering give me any deliverance from any of this? And so it was that I lost all sense of time. It's a hell of a grind getting out of poverty. Months of another damn day, all just to live in a literal Hooverville. Yes, it seemed that the game was rigged. Until finally, one day the phone rang. Off a spurious investment, I received an unexpected windfall. 550 simoleons. I reinvested my winnings in an antique I purchased. The genie lamp. What I would learn is the single greatest item in the game. At less than 400 simoleons, the genies are nefarious, crooked beings who usually terrorize you, but if you cope with their trickery and misdoings for long enough, you just might get lucky. At first it was mostly evil and nefariousness, but I reinvested my winnings in, yes, more genie lamps. You can use each of them once per day. It's simply that broken. It wasn't long before I was summoning many, many genies to my backyard. But it wasn't that easy. When I wished for friends, I got enemies. When I wished for money, I got bills. Humiliating. But try as I might, I was determined to sweat my way out of poverty, no matter what it took. I stayed home from work, and in my pajamas, I summoned genie after genie after genie, until finally, treasure, fountains, billiard tables, TVs, you name it. I could resell it all to gain riches. My house became something akin to a Bitcoin mining farm, albeit with magical spirits. Fortunately, when I lost, I didn't lose much, and I could always recoup my losses. Anyway, it helped that the repo man in The Sims 1 makes a lot of mistakes. And yes, after a few months of this, I did effort my way out of poverty. I don't want to say that the meaning of life is having nice things, but, well, The Sims brings me back to a simpler time. A time when happiness could be bought for a price tag and give you bliss. And so, after an unhealthy amount of rubbing, I escaped that cell, and I embraced my new life, blessed by magical powers to achieve vast, offensive levels of wealth. In The Sims, quitting your job and pursuing a creative passion for a living is an exciting adventure. But is it possible to survive living off the sales of your paintings alone? And what if you began the game as a starving artist without a dollar to his name? I decided to put this idea to the test. Every sim has a set of skills: body, creativity, cooking, logic, mechanical, and charisma. Some of them help with career tracks. Others improve the quality of meals. And some of them, like creativity, can be used to actually earn money from household objects outside of the working world. For example, a sim who's good in mechanical skill can craft garden gnomes and sell those. Or the subject of today's task, a really creative sim can stay home from work and earn money by painting all day, then selling the paintings instead of showing up to a job. Meet Jebediah Dingleberry, hopeful artist, embarking on his exciting journey without a dollar to his name. His only possession? A single easel. When you start off with your sim, all stats are 0. Your needs are met. It takes about half a day of labor to finish a painting, during which time you gain artistic skill. Seems like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, if it weren't for the fact that the first painting sells for $0. Because we had no creative skill to begin with. After a full day's work, 24 hours, we sell our second painting for 3 simoleons. But still not enough to survive by any means. Life is tough, and artists who are unable to entertain anyone have it even tougher. Unfortunately, this means that Jebediah will inevitably die of starvation. The rules of this challenge are 1, no jobs allowed, and 2, no spamming the genie lamp because it makes the game too easy. Fortunately for every new resident, a magic man delivers some supplies, worth a bit of money. Combining this with the vast $3 profits we earn from our paintings, we renovate our home and prepare to meet death bravely. Although this generation of Jebediah the First couldn't survive on art alone, what if Jebediah Dingleberry had left behind an heir? Meet Jebediah Dingleberry II, almost exactly the same as Jebediah Dingleberry I, suspenders and all. Perhaps aside from the new and unique selection of hat, picking up right where his father left off, let's see if Jeb II can outpace his father in the economic rat race and achieve his own version of the so-called American dream, move out from his present state of living into a slightly less bad one, ready to hand it off like a baton to the next generation. Unfortunately, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and what started out with the best intentions quickly devolves into repetition of his father's mistakes. Jeb II, motivated by his father's grave, which he keeps beside his hand-me-down easel as a reminder of what will probably become of him too, paints only a little better than his father and is still stuck in the economic trap inherited from his dad. But there's a silver lining. We can keep relying on the fact that we get a free delivery of magical furniture every time a new generation inherits the property. So although Jeb II will also die, he too will pass down a couple $100 more worth of furniture to his own heir. So it continues, and maybe you can feel it deep in your own bones too. That timeless struggle to become better, to build on the foundation your own father left for you, and your father's father, and your father's father's father. You know how this story goes. Jeb III's life was brief and regrettable, but not as brief and regrettable as his dad's. And with every line, there's always that strain of hope that somehow keeps it together. Like 50 Cent once said, get rich or die trying. So the generations pass. If we cannot evolve by passing down our genes, we can at least pass down the material wealth to our children, adding foundational meaning to an otherwise bleak existence, punctuated only by the creation of several mediocre paintings. Jeb III is haunted by his ghostly ancestors' apparitions, eating into his dreams and stirring him from an already tumultuous slumber. It's not long before he joins his ancestors in an insignificant tomb. Jeb IV wears a hard hat to shield himself from economic adversity and trades out the grill for a fridge and a shower. After good fortune from winning the lotto, you'd think that would be enough to meet all his needs, right? Wrong. Garden flamingos make for poor conversationalists, and Jeb IV also dies of loneliness and starvation, albeit with more than his father started off. But at least Jeb V has a chance. No surprises here, a valiant effort. And mind you that I'm now in my 5th sim in a chain of people who are unable to feed themselves through art and take their supper with the graves of deceased relatives for social companionship. But at the very least, Jeb V was the final nail in the coffin, pun intended. he achieved fancy living and set the last foundations needed for the generation that would ultimately put it all together. Jebediah Dingleberry VI. It all comes down to this. Finally, a descendant of 5 generations of Dingleberries who has a leg up on the competition. And Jeb VI has something his ancestor didn't have. Man's best friend. Social companionship that will help him leap where his forefathers fell. It's not long before he's creating works of art selling in the 2 and 3-digit price range. Though haunted by multiple poltergeists, he remains focused on his tasks, and his work doesn't suffer when his house is in disrepair. A blessed man. Jeb VI uses this to achieve maximum creativity, a feat unparalleled by any of his ancestors, and he uses this to make over 300 simoleons a day. No easy feat, but how would he make up for his ancestors' sacrifice and restore the family name? Or would his ancestors' unexpiated tears be forgotten, only for their gray hairs to wither and be lost down in the underworld? And so it was on that day that I embarked on a quest. The only way to valiantly restore our fortunes would be to...
Otkud ti je oko rano?
Pa druga ove nedelje nešto, pa ono... Ma je rekao da izblejim malo. Šta ti, Call of Duty ovaj?
Da.
Zombi.
Pa to ti isto kao Killing Floor.
A, da.
Za mene. Se mene lično tiče.
A, da. Mislim da je od 5 to sve krenulo, ako se ja dobro sjećam.
Dobro se sjećaš, da.
Da.
Pa su dali Black Ops 2 ili 3, zaborio sam. Bacili su neku foru, isto kao neki kao quasi open world. Ne znam koji je to, Gulf War, Black Ops... Gulf War ili kako se zove.
U Black Opsu sjećam da je bilo zombije, to znam.
E sad, koji Black Ops, ne znam. Da me biješ, ne znam.
Ja mislim pa da nisu od Geta krenuo.
Pojma nema. Verujem. Dezintegrisalo im se društvo za ovaj... Hans Shodan, to mi je bilo fascinantno.
Šta ti se?
Ne, meni. Njima. Ovoj grupi ovdje. Dezintegrisalo im se društvo za taj Hans Shodan, za tu PvP igru. Ono kad ljudi imaju previše sati i kad počnu vjerojatno da im smetaju, razumeš, gluposti. Kako sam ja 3000 sati imam u Killing Floor 2 ili tako nešto.
3000.
Mogu da proverim, ali to je...
Ja imam 1900. Ma dobro, ne čudi me, pazi, imao si ti više od mene. I pre, tako da... Ma dobro, bilo je super, sam su počeli brati da smaraju. Kako me ne nervira onaj Z teleport, pa to je, znači... Ja ne znam.
Kad ti stane ispred face zombi i ovaj si iza njega izađe još 5, je to?
A da, bukvalno ideš, pogledaš nazad, vratiš pogled, evo ga tu je, mislim. Ne znam. Alright.
Glupo, ali tako je.
Došao je Sik.
A dobro Čale, hoćeš ga mazati ili šta?
Ja ne, ako ćeš ti.
Kad majka doći. Mačak nam se ošugo, znaš.
čini onaj... Trojke, vratno, ono što ti slao.
KF3, nisam vidio gameplay.
Pa onaj... Šta su ono izbacili? Nije plot, nego onaj sistem.
Jeste, ali ništa od onoga nije gameplay.
Nije.
Kao Payday 3. Payday 3...
Ima par sekundi u traileru i to je to, ništa.
Ne mislim ništa pozitivno u igrama koje ne baci gameplay. Znam da hoće da bude iznenađenje, ali ne znam da li se sećaš onoga Elden Ringa. Elden Ring izbacili su gameplay trailer tipa pola godine prema što će igra izaći.
Aha.
Ne znam zašto je to problem, ako su developeri sigurni u sebe, a pretpostavljam da AAA nije.
Da, mislim ne znamo ništa, ali kažem lepo izgleda model, baš su ono...
A, lepo izgleda, ali hoću da vidim gameplay, klase, mape.
Znam.
Pre nego što išta uzmem, jer mislim da uzmem.
Grafički, ja što se vidi iz trailera je super, sad što kažeš ti, sad ovo dalje... Vidjet ćemo. Vidjet ćemo šta će biti. Ali naš i drugi tim pravi, drugi lik pravi muziku, mislim, pravi dalje rock igre, ali ono... Jebi ga. Uzdo da igram Vice City, znaš, ostalo mi nešto da pređe.
Remake ili original?
Ma original, pa je sad fora. U trojici i u Vice City-u, ista fora. Ako ti je isključen frame limiter, onda ne možeš ideš u request, a ako ti je uključen onda možeš.
Ne možeš da voziš auto jer ne možeš da skrećeš uopšte.
Možeš, nego ne možeš u request, ne možeš ono nazad ideš, ako ti je isključen frame limiter.
Wow. Što to tako nazadno radi?
Ne znam. Ali dobro, pazi sad, to je igra koja je pravljena i rađena da radi u ono 30-40 frame kad je to bilo. Znači sad je ti igraš na 200, ono. Nima tu neki konflikt, znaš, sigurno. I u trojici isto priča.
Dark Souls 1. Ako igra nije kapona na 30 frame-ova, ne možeš da se penjaš uz i niz merdevine. Ako se kreneš da slajdeš niz merdevine, proglučuješ ispod mape. Eto, toliko o tome. Nešto je loša igra, nego što je kodiranje tako, nije kodirana za više od, kako beše, oni kodiraju igru, gameplay ili brzinu igre sa brzinom animacija, to je sa frame rateom i te stare igre su problematične na novim mašinama. Vrlo problematične. I kad igraš DS1, ako koristiš fix za grafiku da radi na 60 frame-a, da imaš kao 60 fps patch i igra radi bolje malo, ali imaš na par mjesta gdje se mrdevinama pustaš i one imaju takozvano to nesigurno tlo, gdje ti umjesto da slajduješ do poda ti proslajduješ u oblast ispod mape. Pošto igra ono ima jak veliki taj vertikal, ti imaš oblasti koje su jedna iznad druge ili jedna ispod druge. gluposti. Metal Gear Solid. Beše li Metal Gear Solid... koji si, majku mu? 5. Onaj Phantom Pain.
Phantom Pain, da.
Kodiran je da radi na 30. I ti otličaš, ali radi odlično. Ja ga igram. I ti imaš kao taj neki hak. Otličaš ti njemu frame rate. I jebam mater, ne radi baš dobro, znaš. Na 60 FPS. Tad sam imao mašinu koja je mogla fino da ga gura na 60. Tad, kad sam igrao. Međutim, nije baš dobro. I onda sam morao, pa da, fizika se polomi. Krenu vozila da glajduju, točkovi se vrte u mestu, udariš u nešto, letiš pičku materinu i tako. A dobro, ja to onda igram. Bloodborne, isto From Softova igra. Isto pravljena za PlayStation 4, ja mislim. Ona je kodirana u 30 FPS-a. I za igru koja ima takvu grafiku i gameplay, malo je neverovatno da radi 30 FPS-a. Vidi se jer neke animacije znaju da izgledi nekako krzavo, jer ima dosta finih efekata, recimo klot, to platno, razumeš, plaštovi na protivnicima, zastave, sve onako lepo vijori, imaš efekat tečnosti ili ti krvi, kad počneš da biješ stvari pa ono počne da lipti krv u potocima. Odelo ti bude svo crveno ili po zemlji, razumeš, onako raste lokve krvi. Da to lepo izgleda, ali onda ti frame više nije 30, nego više nekako je manje 30. Šta je ovo? Zombi me bije iz podloge. Viš, ovaj deo mape ovdje, koji je Activision, nije ni Activision, nego Sledgehammer Games koji je napravio, nije dobro napravljen i protivnici gličuju u podlogu, klipuju ispod zemlje. Znam jer kad stojim visoko previše udare me ispod nogu me biju. Da, znam. Igrači su previše velika za kerala. Previše tražimo. Kakav oblič bio? Tučem bossa, a imu ne radi. Kako, zašto ne znam. Samo vidim da stoji i pušta da ga pumpam sa mesima. Igrao si CS 1.6. A znaš kako funkcionišu waypointi sa onim podbotovima?
Ne.
Bukvalno napraviš nevidljive waypointe po mapi i kažeš botu idi od toga do toga ćoška i gledaj u tu poziciju. Kad dođeš tu, stani, pogledaj levo desno. Ono kao kampuj malo, pogledaj levo desno.
Da.
Vrlo je jednostavno, znaš.
A to je to, da.
Mi smo pravili waypointe osnovne, ja i drugar, za mape koje nisu imali waypointi i onda možda ih uploaduješ, tad nisu imali dobar net, pa nismo se nešto tu da uploaduju.
Good morning, Frost.
Hello, Mr. Malvado PT. I imali smo opciju da pravimo waypointe i to je taj izgleda dobro, ali izgleda da je to problem u open world igrama. We're talking about waypoints in all the games, especially, I took example as Counter-Strike 1.6. I izgleda da, kažem, to je developerima užasno veliki problem da kodiraju tako nešto. Ne znam zašto. Ali ja nisam programer.
A ne bi trebalo da bude, ali...
Ne bi trebalo da bude, ali jest. Go, Snoop Dogg. Oh my god. Šta se sad desilo? Okay. Yes, Mr. Soap. Listen, that's fine. Just don't steal my ride. Thank you.
Moving here.
You'll steal it. No, he didn't.
Such a bitch.
Okay. Wow. Hello. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let me see zombies hitting me from the back. If I push my back, wow, against the wall. They're still trying. How the fuck is he? He's dead. Hello? He's dead. So, is it evening or morning for you, Mr. Malvado? Hello. Yeah. So, where do we go? Where do we go now? Where do we go now? Sweet child.
Tu.
Yes.
Pičiš i dalje.
Da. Pa bilo je preko vikenda da se proba free. Mislim full igra da je bilo. Ali to je u suštini bait. Izbace novu sezonu i kažu igra je free. I ti ono probaš i kao ok, nije loše za džabe. I onda kao jebi ga, $60, 70 koliko je bilo, full cena. Ali ja da sam mogao, ja bi uzeo samo ovaj mod. Ja mislim da bi tako prodali više kopija igre. Za ljude koji boli, ljude koji boli briga za ono PP. Mogu ja da igram PP, ali radije ću da igram Quake ili Counter Strike 1.6 ili Half-Life multiplayer, Battlefield 1942 ili onaj Battlefield 4 čak. Ću da igram PP igru. Neću da igram te copy-paste svake godine Call of Duty igre. Čak šta više, znaš da je bilo ona kontroverza da je Modern Warfare 3 DLC pack za Modern Warfare 2.
Kako to?
Pa isti grafički engine, samo malo drugačiji taj texture pack.
Da.
Pa u storu kad gledaš za Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3 ti je u suštini DLC. Tako. To radi tako. Možda je to vama smešno, ali... Oni to tako zamišljaju da su igrači, pa idioti verovatno. Ja svejedno ne kupujem svake godine Call of Duty. I nisam imao razloga da uzem ni Modern Warfare 1, ni 2, ni svake godine da je 60-70 €. Bio je, još uvijek možeš da igraš free, onaj DMZ mod za Modern Warfare 2. Ali problem je što ne mogu da ga monetizuju. Nisu mogli nikako da izvuku pare od igrača. Dali su ga free, da igrači igraju i probaju. Bukvalno free, ako možeš da igraš... Ako možeš da igraš mozak mi stari, čekaj samo da se odbotujem. Ako možeš da igraš onaj Warzone free, onaj za Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, mogu si da igraš i taj DMZ mod. I to je bilo previše free kontenta za igrače koji neće 5 centi dolože. Ne znam, sam uzeo jedan, sam uzeo Battle Pass za ispod $10. Oni su svi da mi se onaj spawnov skin, znaš. Ubacili su kao onaj S.W.Frost u onome Killing Floor 2. Ubacili su kao... Da?
Vidim da izbacuje, brate, te skinove polovo djelat. Zašto je bio?
Dobro, neki su dobro urađeni, neki nemaju pointa. Recimo, ljudi koji su igrali Modern Warfare 2 već imaju Snoop Dogga. Ovo je već drugi put da su ga ubacili kao DLC skin. Malo glupo, razumeš, prodaje valje ljudima iste stvari. Pošto ga ja nemam, meni je sve jedno, ali ljudi koji su već ga kupili, ovo kao sezona 3, razumeš, delo je malo bez veze.
I Niki Minaj.
Je li ona bila na Battle Passu, šta?
Pa ja sam vidio da su izbacivali.
A ne, bila je kao skin za kupovinu.
Pa dobro, ja sad to ne razumijem, sad znam da su izbacivali nju i...
Ne, kao što imaš, nije Battle Pass, već bukvalno kao u Killing Floor, karakter pack.
Da.
Pošto Activision ne želi da ti baš dobijaš baš sve za free. Nešto može da bude bait. Kao što im je bilo kao čitav vikend, igra je bila free. Zato su i stavili ovaj XP boost. A mene boli kurac. Što su stavili igru free. Dobio sam 3 dana XP boost za ovo Battle Pass. Mislim da sam prešao 10% Battle Passa za 3 dana. Za 3-4 sata igre. Što da se mučim kad ne moram. Mislim, oni to razvlače satima. Da, kapiram, neki igrači vole da imaju šta da igre, ali nisam baš toliko crazy. Imaju skriptovanih misija, razumeš? Imaš misije, ono, skupljačko istrebljivački. Skupljačko skupi iteme na tom i tom mjestu po mapi i ubi x zombija sa y oružjem. I kad to uradiš, onda ti da jednu konkretnu misiju koju triggeraš tako što dođeš na određenu lokaciju na mapi, dođe s helikoptera, ali ono, znači specijalni za tu misiju i učitate server na posebnu mapu i tu radiš specijalnu misiju. I takvih misija je bilo dosta 4-5. S tim što zadnje 2 misije ti otvaraju opciju da igraš te mape kao u nekom težem režimu. Kao taj neki Dark Hita režim. I tu uključavaš, ajde da kažemo, posebne recepte. A ti recepti su im korisni, znaju da budu, ali imaju cooldown. Kad se otključaju. Kakva je poenta u receptu kad mu je cooldown 2 dana?
Pa znači da je neki ono...
A nema to veze, nije, zapravo i nije. Imaš motorcikl koji ima neograničeno goriva, koji i dalje mogu ovi plaćenici, mogu da ga raznesu, razumeš? Ovi AI komandosi, imaš nekakve AI vojnike. Plaćenike. I oni mogu da ti raznesu motorcikl kod šale. I tebe i motorcikl. Tako da ne vidim pointu za toliki cooldown. I ima opet stvari, imaš neograničeni magacin municije za svako oružje. Znači dok god imaš onaj ammo pool, može da pucaš, znači nema reloada. Kod da igraš Doom ili Quake. Ma i u Doomu je bio reload. Recimo, to ti je kao isto neki power up i to možda koristiš čitav meč, 45 minuta. I posle 45 minuta moraš da izađeš s mape i onda ti se resetuju svi power upovi i svi upgrade-ovi i moraš opet sad to da grindaš. E sad, kako ko brzo igra ili otključava te power upove, toliko ti je lakše da igraš. Ali, mislim, mora da postoji neki game loop, ja to shvatam. Ali ne možeš da igrače da vučeš konstantno za nos. To je neko moje viđenje stvari. Kao što imaš runde u Killing Flooru i... Ako se setim game loopa u Killing Flooru 2. Ti ima da upgradeš uopšte oružje toku meča? Ne?
U Killing Flooru, ne.
Koji djavo smo skupljali pare? A da kupiš bolji arsenal.
Da kupuješ da.
Da kupuješ, ne startuješ odmah s dobrim arsenalom. Mešan gameplay sa Kecom. Gde recimo u Kecu imaš onaj Mosberg, onu pump action. A kao support level 1. A kao support level 5 ili 6, kako beše. Imaš double barrel. I taj pellet count ili taj spread je bolji. I u suštini od prve do druge runde ti ni jedna druga sačmarica ne treba, kao supportu.
Pa da.
To je bilo u Kecu. A u dvojci mislim da baš i nije tako.
Ne sa većom trojici da će biti buđenja, šta kako. Ljudi su tražili to. Mada...
Kakav sistem... Da, a znam, ali...
Dok ima oružja, znaš, je bitno, treba to sve napraviti.
Vidi, ono što je uradio Activision, to je Sledgehammer Games, sva oružja iz Modern Warfare 2 su prebacili u Modern Warfare 3. I ubacili su preko toga nova. što je mnogo bolja ideja, da ne praviš stvari od nule, nego samo da nadogradiš na stari sistem. Pa kako, ko voli. Plus ne moraš da kodiraš nove stvari. Već imaš animacije za postojeće. A jo, bravo. Ovo je pogibije, waiting to happen.
Da, što kažeš isti engine, sve isto.
Samo će bez veze da razjebim gas masku. Mislim, imaš tako attachment, recimo default puške ti ovdje rade i pištolji i SMG-vi, rade već solidnu štetu. A kad ubaciš nekakve attachmente koji ti ono smanjuju recoil, ni ne postoji, razumeš, komedija. Pucanje nije nikakav izazov, ono.
Da pucanje nije?
Izazov, nema izazova kad pucaš. Ako znaš šta radiš, ako nisi razumeš ono glup. Neš stavit pušku bez kundaka i kao wow kako brzo trčim, razumeš. A čim staneš i kreneš da pucaš, recoil preko čitavog ekrana. Razumeš, mobility, to ga boli briga. I ovdje ja i voli, znaš što ovdje ja i voli u ovoj igri, da voli da te sidestepuje. Još pretpostavljam da je to konzolašima veliki problem zbog FOV-a. Da ti dođu tipa jedno 15 do 30 stepeni ulova udesno i da te biju s boka ili slezi. Vrlo loše kodiranje, užasno. A to ide do te tačke da te AI, ti mini bossovi, da dosta puta neće da te gađe, nego samo strajfuju, znaš. Znači, gledao sam kad, znači, bukvalno 10 sekundi strajfuje. Ja ga pratim i pucam, evo njega, ima on health. I on samo strajfuje i slajduje pored mene. Glupo, bož sačuva.
Baš glupo, da.
Dizajn 0. Sam je pucio kroz zid, a? Bravo. A Boris, Gardinovački, ne znam da li ga znaš, on je iz Beograda.
Boris, kako ne znam Boris.
On je imao dosta radikalnu ideju, a ne. Brale, is this a joke? Ima dosta radikalnu ideju, recimo da u onom šuteru, onom hand shotgunu, kad nekog ubiješ, recimo da raspe sav loot po podu. Znaš, ono, medkit, nož, ručne bombe, sve koji spada. Ja kažem da ne znaš šta priča, da sam igrao već onaj DMZ, Modern Warfare i Warzone i tamo je bila fora tamo je bilo fora kad ubiješ nekoga ili ekipu, poispada sav novac, bombe, oružje, panciri, sve popada kao... To je bilo u prvoj sezoni ili u prvoj verziji igre. Sve poispada kao ciganska, razumiješ, varoš.
Bož.
I to je ličilo ni ništa. I onda se neko setio, neko s malo mozga se setio, ej, ovo nema pointa, znaš. I onda su to malo optimizovali, neke stvari ispadaju ili ne ispadaju. Uglavnom taj klater je manji. A originalna verzija je bila blago sranje. Brale, ovo će razneti. Moram negdje da se parkiram da ga skinem. Misija se zabagovala. Samo moram da skinem heli. Jer je kodiran da me prati do destinacije. A, gotovo, razneće ga. Vidi. Izgličalo je kroz dimnjak od ove nuklearne elektrane. Zato što je našao se neku glupu poziciju i nije mogao da se pomeri. Šta sad vidim? Šta je to pepanje? Tebe sam čekao da dođeš. To što AI ima no clip, pa dosta puta je gledam kako skaču kroz zid ili preko nevidljivih prepreka, to je... Ja, izvini. Pretvorio sam se u babu, razumiješ, samo kukam, ali jednostavno me nervira me preko kurca kad se nešto radi, a traži se, razumiješ, ceno tipa $70 kao za nešto. Vražarski soldat. Evo ga i snajper. Kao sam da mu radim onaj melee execution, ali... Dobro, prestani. Tako. Nemaš izgleda zombija da ne možeš. Ovo će biti zanimljivo ako aktiviram ovaj minigun. šta fali? Fali jedina zipline iz Battlefielda 2042. I onda će Battlefield 2042 i ovaj novi Call of Duty biti dve bukvalno iste igre. Drugačijim skinima. Jer u Battlefieldu imaš onaj... onu kao kuku ili šta je već, nemam pojma. Neka mobility, neki tool. To sam gledao kad je Peđi igrao. Mobility je brzina kretanja karaktera i pucanja i taj time to kill je sličan kao u Battlefieldu kao u Call of Duty-u. Ali imaš veći mobility u Battlefieldu zato što možeš da se lanciraš recimo neki 10-20 metara uvis na vrh zgrade, krana, šta god. Kao da daš Spider-Man simulaciju.
Ne znam jeste igraš šta tako je. Vidim da nisu ljudi nešto bili zadovoljni.
O, igra se. A neke stvari su uvažile. Neke stvari su uvažile, neke zamerke igrača, razumeš? Ne sve, ali neke. Pointa, znaš originalno šta je bio problem? Hitrag.
Kako?
Hitrag. Pucaš u igrača, pucaš u igrača i tvoji meci prolaze kroz njega, pored njega, ispod njega. Dobijaš, ništa se ne dešava, razumiješ?
Opa. Ali uvijek ima, ja sjećam četvorke, brate, toliko loš net kod da je to nije normalno, brate. Hardline isto, znači katastrofa, brate.
Ovo sam dobro radi, skupio sam 6000 XP-a sad za minut i po, tako što sam aktivirao mitraljez i pucao sam zombije. Ali mi je pobegao helikopter, sad moram pješke da bježim na drugi izlaz. A radijaciji za mene. To je. Da, hitrag i leaderboard. Znaš foru za leaderboard šta je bilo? Ili leaderboard, kako hoćeš. Nije ga bilo.
Kako nije ga bilo?
Pa nije ga bilo.
Leaderboard na taboma kad si stisnuo?
Ne, nema.
Nego njihovo, ne na...
Da, neka glupost je bila, nekakav social. Ma kak, i ni ne piše kad ubiješ čovjeka. Ništa ne piše. Zašto? Zato što ljudi koji su novi u igri, kao nova publika u suštini, novi FPS, budući naraštaj, woke publika, bi mogli da se osjećaju neprijatno kad ih neko buši. Znaš?
Da, pa ne bi niko igrao, brate.
Pa ne bi niko igrao, kao mogu da im budu povređene osjećanja, recimo neko ko je FPS, veteran ili ko malo duže igra i razume se bolje igru. Recimo može da napravi nekakav strik, razumeš, 10-20 kila i ti počne meč, ti pritisneš tab, jebote, ja sam zadnji. I ljudi, razumeš, izgube volju da igraju i demoralisani su u suštini.
Onda idem da se naprave serveri po rankovima i to je to.
A to ne radi, ko će to da kodira? Ko će to da kodira? Pa to ne radi ni u Call of Duty, a to je mnogo zbiljnije. Radi prva 3 meča. I onda te baci protiv ljudi, razumeš, koji try hard igre. U pare. Evo još normalan meč sastaviti. Brrr. Vidi ga. Opa. Sad će me airstrike razviti. No. What are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Get up. Get up. You know, you can shoot. It won't hurt. Free XP, dude. Free XP. GG. Oh my god. Čovjek izginu. Nisam ga ni čuo. Kako koristio voice com. Bio u helikopteru, vratno AFK, dušni zombi rastorili. I ne leži na podu. U onom bleed out stadionu. Ne zove za pomoć, ništa ne piše. Ja gledam, pored mene leži. Hiljadu kilova, 1100 kilova, 23 XP. Obično daje kill 50. 50? Da li je 50 XP, nemam pojma, ili manje.
50 XP za?
Pa za zombi. To ti je za kao prestiž, a prestiž ti daje nekakve skinove. Svakih, ne znam koliko, 50 levela dobiš nekakav blueprint, a to ti je skin free. I šta je ovo? Nekakva snajperska puška. Sure. All for one, if one is none. Okay. Haha. Radio sam daily challenge. Pitanje je da li da pogledam onaj, kako se zove na serija, Invincible. Pogledao sam, čitao u prvu, počeo sam drugu sezonu.
Invincible?
Da, Invincible, si gledao?
Ma ona je animirani onaj?
Da.
A, nisam, ali znam šta je ovo.
Urizikistan, koja je to republika?
Last one again. I'll watch your back.
Okay. Čekaj, ja nisam uradio ovo, moguće. Kaže, make 100 kills and extract. Jebate, vak. Okay, whatever. Sure. Sure. A nema ništa. Jao. Zemlja Indija. Hoćeš da promiješ drugog karaktera da igraš s njim, znači moraš od nule da igraš.
A jebik.
Fantastik. While having at least 4 perks active. Oh, brate. Worms. Railgun. Pojma nemam što. Znači bi zabavno da izginem kozec. Gledam na drugom monitoru. Sims Challenge, ne znam da li si igrao stari Sims.
Sims?
A, Sims.
Pa ja sam stari predao. Mislim ja probao sam, ali nisam ja...
Find a wife.
A šta ima Sims?
Ne igram. Gledam. Volim da gledam te kao... Neko voli speedrun, ja volim da gledam te challenge, ono. Mnogo bolje da gledam nego da igram. Ako baš se nakanim, onda razumeš... Jedino ako mi se svidi koncept, razumeš, ja onda uzmem tu neku staru igru da igram, ali ovo je tako praistorijski da nemam pojma bili ga htio da igram. Dobar je kao neki nostalgija trip. Kako bi sad uzeti da igraš Half-Life Kec, ali onaj originalni, znaš, bez modova, bez sve moda, bez remiksa, bez HD tekstura, ne, originalni, sa ono pljakavom grafikom i šta ti ja znam. Smo igrali ne pečovani, ko je tad pečovo igre?
Ma, da.
Kupiš ga na disku, instaliraš i šta, kakav peč skidaš, nema to. Peč ti skida ako igraš multiplayer preko neta, pa konektiraš se na server pa ti traži zakrpu kao da je mogo da igraš nove mape ili novi taj weapon balance patch ili šta ja znam. Da ti ubaci nove skinove za karakter, a onda kao skineš patch, a ovako majako. Češ da igraš single player kampanju, ko je skida patch? I obično su igre mogle da se pređu. Ako je bio neki bug, obično nije bio game breaking da ne može da se završi. Šta je ovo? Kakav zoom? Ovo je puta 8 ili puta 12.
Trebalo bi sad uskoro Doom da dobije ovaj mod support.
Doom?
Mislim ovaj je novi za njih.
Da, kapiram.
To su trebali odavno lajti.
Čekaj, pokušao sam da procesuiram. Doom?
Doom, da.
Doom Eternal?
Da.
Ja te slušam šta pričaš, ne verujem. Ne verujem, znači mozak odbijadim pored. To još ne postoji, šta?
Ne, pa možeš iskinuti modove ovako, razumeš.
Znam, ali zvanični mod support.
Zvanični? Ne. Pa modove, što toksne modove, brate. Te živo. Brate, pa prvo što su radili modere i napravili master levele, brate. Prvi, pa su onda ovi počeli. ID software, to prave te master level. To si samo malo, to si ti pojačani. Kao što imaš u Killing Flooru Hell on Earth, pa onaj iznad, onaj mod, kako zove, još teži. Kako zove?
Killing Flooru?
Imaš Hell on Earth, to ti je ono najteže, i imaš onaj mod, onaj, kako se zove taj mod? Ja, toga je Milan onaj igrao. Znači jači zedovi više se spavnuju.
Doom Eternal.
A u Killing Floor, kako zove te mod?
Nije Doom Eternal, ma Zed Eternal. 100%. Igrao sam ga ja. Google paš da vidiš.
Onda je to, da.
100%.
Jest.
Go to buy station here.
Da.
Dobro rekao?
Jest. Joj, odo da klopam, pa ću se spremati i idem.
Simone.
Da ti kažem.
Pozdrav onda.
Ajde, ćao.
Ćao.
Offspring as numerous as the sands on the beach or the stars in the sky, and exploit them for their creative labor to obtain unfathomable riches, justifying the expense paid by my ancestors with their lifeblood. Fiesta time. I threw a party as a ruse to woo the local women, and how I did swoop among them. And how there was Persephone Slagathor or Tiffany Bird, both attractive, but veteran bores lacking in cosmopolitan substance. I cooked and I hosted, and I searched until it was love at first sight.
Cassandra blew it. Was it her executive sunglasses or her sharp, chrome plastic hairdo? Whatever it was, she was hot. Instant wife material. Well, I'm lying. It actually took 4 in-game weeks of constantly inviting her over, doting after her needs because people in The Sims 1 were needy. But let me tell you, that month flew by like a minute. It wasn't long before I popped the question 5 times because she kept refusing, and eventually she agreed. 1 time is all you need, and we hit it off splendidly, like 2 peas in a pod. The bride came with a sizable dowry that added to my painting commissions. But did she know I was secretly using her to create an army of young artists, rivaled only by the tragically short careers of 90s child actors, to avenge the deaths of my ancestors and prove that artists could make money from nothing? Time would tell. Baby time. Kissing, kissing, kissing. When a mom and a dad love each other very much, and the dad wants to abuse the family unit to force his children to paint and earn money, a baby is made. Young Dingleberry. I took care of the child, and for 3 days I boxed out Child Protective Services whenever they attempted to confiscate my infant. I know this is getting really convoluted, but I wanted to find out if there was any feasible way to earn a lot of money. And I'm talking a lot of money in The Sims, from art alone. We're not talking about just getting by, we're talking about abundant wealth. Even if that means I need to raise 8 children and lie to them about how much I love them while subtly brainwashing them into becoming artists. So, seemingly overnight, I role changed from artist to manager. Why waste my time painting when I could train other painters to do my work for me? It's basic leverage, folks. Simply raise 1 child, then train the first child to raise the next child you have before you. Soon, like a developing country, we were rolling in kids, raising other kids, all the while somehow possessing savant-like genius in their artistic ability, able to fetch hundreds of simoleons for their creative work, further solidifying my income and making me a magnate. An emperor in his own right. But at the same time, it wasn't easy. I had to keep my offspring penned in and prevent them from failing out of school or joining the military, or even just deal with the nuisance of Sonny, the tragic clown, a strange and dystopian entertainer who makes you the opposite of happy. Anyway, it was getting to be a bit much, I have to say, and I thought I had proven my point. The answer is yes. You can definitely make a lot of money in The Sims as an artist without a boss, but you'll probably go on a roller coaster of death and sadness, and sacrifice at least a few of your ancestors laying down a foundation, or inherit a small nest egg from which to start. But if you play your cards right, maybe you'll just meet that special someone, and then it's off to the loony bin with you. Playing The Sims always gave me this sense of progress that every day you were making strides to improve your life station. Whether it was upgrading from a single bed to a double bed, from garden flamingos to expensive statues, or adding a second floor, it never failed to supply me with that sense that the needle was moving forward. But what if we took that to the extreme? Started out with nothing, just standing in a 1x1 tile home. There are a lot of varieties of this challenge, but here are my rules. 1. No going outside. That means I need to be surrounded by walls the entire time. 2. Buying and building are allowed, but you still need to be surrounded by walls the whole time you're playing. And 3, no jobs are allowed, and the only way to earn money is through common household objects. Our protagonist is Timothy Smole, inhabitant of the tiniest house. To set everything up, first I cleared out most of the home's lot, making a blank canvas for what was to come next. It's easy enough to construct a 1x1 single square house, but how do you get inside of it? With a door, of course. It may not be a very good door, but it's our door. I walked Timothy Smole into the home, but realized that something was missing. Well, not just something, a lot of things. While you could technically inhabit a 1x1 square home, the only possible action inside of it would be to stand perfectly erect and stare at the wall, or perhaps sleep while standing up. It would be uncomfortable, but it would be possible. In The Sims 1, you simply can't place a table or furniture and somehow squat atop it in the space between the tabletop and the ceiling. That would be ridiculous. So in the interest of getting our protagonist started, I decided it would be in the spirit of the challenge still to give him 1 tile to stand and 1 more for activities. But no more than that. And that's all we'll need anyway. So with my home technically doubled in square footage, I placed a table and a genie lamp. Rub-a-dub-dub, it was time to rub. Not only is there a chance of a genie, it's certain. And to be fair, if you live in the unventilated darkness of a 3-foot by 6-foot sheetrock enclosure with no exit, the only thing that could improve your fortunes is magic. But relying on the spurious generosity of occult demons is laden with risk and uncertainty. And any time you encounter a genie, he'll offer you a choice from a series of 2 options: fire or water, earth or air, work or leisure, money or love, and friends or family. I could explain the risks and benefits of each of these selections, but it's better if you just witness what each does for yourself. Genies are bumbling and unreliable people, and cast their spells right only, less than 50% of the time. I would just have to get lucky at first, and then I could take it from there. And so it came to my first wish: work or leisure. If I picked work, I might gain some skills, which wouldn't really help me. But if I picked leisure and I got lucky, then there'd be a free item I could sell. I had literally nothing to lose. Jackpot. I lucked out. A model railroad set worth 955 simoleons. I cashed out my winnings and used 280 of those simoleons to expand the walls of my home. Then I sold 2 of the walls, effectively doubling the square footage. Technically, I was surrounded by walls the entire time. Also, technically, I bought another genie lamp. In The Sims 1, you can have as many genies as you want. The sky's the limit. There's a genie inhabiting each and every dusty lamp. Every 24 hours, I'd be able to rub my lamps for the chance at another set of wishes. At least, that was the plan. At the stroke of midnight on day 2, get it? Stroke? Because he's rubbing the... I made 2 wishes. One for Earth, that misfired and resulted in dead plants. And another for water, which shot off successfully and resulted in a fountain worth 700 simoleons. I wasn't ready for that kind of luxury yet, but I could sell it. Again, my plan was unfolding perfectly, and I continued inching out the square of my property. Technically, here comes that word again, still inside of my house, despite the fact that the structure itself was growing like an expansive multicellular organism. In only 3 days, I had progressed from a 1x1 to a 2x2, and now a 3x3 plot. But we couldn't just keep growing exponentially. That's not sustainable. Our protagonist needed sustenance, or he would die of starvation, loneliness, and heat exhaustion. I purchased a cheap refrigerator and made room in the budget by opting to downgrade to a cheaper variety of table on which to store the new genie lamps. There were going to be a lot of them. It's the first lesson of business, people. Every dollar gets reinvested back into the company to buy more genie lamps, creating a massive, unsustainable bubble that eventually crashes the stock market. This is why we can't have nice things. I lived frugally. I slept on the floor and used garbage for a bit. There was a lot of it too, and it provided good cushioning. After all, I was consuming 6 bags of potato chips per day, and there was no way of getting rid of the garbage. So I managed the space around me, and I consolidated it into 2 piles. The next day, when I wished for money, I received a pot of gold doubloons. But when I wished for leisure, the genie misfired, and flames erupted right behind me. You know, normally I would panic, but I figured out that if it's just 1 tile, don't worry about it. 1 sim can take out that kind of fire, no problem. If it's more than 1 tile, don't ask about that. I bought a garbage disposal, put the trash inside of it, and then sold it for a full refund. Once again, this is why we can't have nice things. The next few days, I got on that grind set. The home grew, and I put space between objects to reduce the fire hazard of living in a hermetically sealed crate. I stored the dead plants on my inaccessible backyard patio to keep a tally of how many wishes had gone awry. And I cultivated a daily routine. First, I soiled myself in the morning, then I ate in the afternoon, and then I slumbered until midnight, when genies were recharged to offer me another set of wishes. My floor was carpeted in bills, trash, and water from the failed wishes, as well as the runoff down my legs from soiling myself. Impossible to distinguish the two. After 1 week, by the time I got up to 7 or 8 genie lamps, I was a busy man. My schedule was packed. There was hardly any downtime to spare, in fact. One time, the genie even set the garbage in the street ablaze. I sealed in a dream that was getting lonely and I wanted a pet. And after 2 weeks, there were more lamps than a single man could possibly hope to run in one day. I decided
we all
to
know
add
how this goes.
Carpet and blue wallpaper to the house. I expanded the home backward toward the river behind my property, moved the plants to the front yard, and installed windows so that I could at least look at the river, even if I couldn't dip my feet into it. This was a good-looking house, and I availed myself of all the amenities: bed, windows, and at long last, a staircase. The staircase wasn't a very good idea, so I had to replace it with a futuristic elevator. This is all to say that I managed to create a loft of my second floor to establish some sort of work-life balance. Maybe I could somehow automate my tasks to concentrate on the lamp rubbing for me while I enjoyed the fruits of their labor upstairs. By day 50, I finally had enough wealth that I had made it. I had finally achieved the American dream, a home overflowing with offensively expensive items. But the fires were becoming out of hand. Something had to change. I needed help. There was more than I could handle. But even if I couldn't get help from the people outside of my home, there was always plan B. So I decided to sell all of my luxury possessions and allocate the funds toward a robot butler. Every day, he worked on chores, while I worked on sitting in a hot tub and watching TV. At first, it was the source of inspiration, free time, but I began relying more on labor-saving technology with the purchase of Bonehilda, the skeleton servant. So after my hot tub got too hot and burst into flames, I struggled to deal with the increasingly risky fires of more than 2 squares, almost certain to immolate your sim if he tries to extinguish it. Where were my robot butler and skeleton servant when I most needed them? I was doing all of the hard work. I was the one risking my life to put out those fires. Blue paint, unfortunately, isn't fireproof, despite the fact that you might make a case for why it would be, right? The truth is that people, sanguine people with red flesh and blood, who make you laugh or cry or even get angry at you some of the time. Without people, you'll die of loneliness. They say there's another family living at 10 Sim Lane these days. The Dingleberries, they're called. And they have each other. After they bore witness to the horror show in the front yard, the first thing they added was a front door. They considered keeping those antiques they discovered in the lower floor of the home, but the mom protested. She wasn't into collecting. I thought they smelled like ash. It still stands there like Ozymandias. Anyway, that's what I think would happen if you tried to keep yourself surrounded by walls all the time in The Sims, or if you tried to play through with just one item. Last minute shout out to YouTuber friends Spiffing Grid and Call Me Kevin, who coincidentally did Sims challenges very similar to the one I was trying mine. But I thought that they came at it from even more interesting angles, so go check out theirs as well. EA Games. Challenge everything. Videos about survival. The Sims 1 was extremely difficult. Sims fly off the rails because they're hungry, tired, and lonely. So how challenging would it be to play the game with a complete house full of 8 children, unable to cook for themselves, hire maid and cleaning services, among a plethora of other handicaps? Who will be the most capable, powerful child? I got this idea from another YouTuber named SaryaFan93. The Home Alone Challenge. 8 children. No adults. Who will survive the cops, the nefarious clown, and the inferno? Day 1 commenced with a great deal of childish activity. Between 7 a.m. when we began and 8 a.m. when the school bus arrived, the children attacked the home, donning VR headsets and climbing like orangutans on the jungle gym, much to the disappointment of Mortimer and Bella Goth. Their new neighbors were not at home. From 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., school is in session. Then the youngsters returned home only to impede traffic for the angriest of bus drivers. It's all your nightmares in one. 8 children, unsupervised, like a psychological experiment in anarchy. The girls participate in team and relationship building exercises. Pushmeat and Flapaboo read books together. Octavia sits on the couch and stares blankly at both of them, not reading. This is neutral behavior, not really productive, but not destructive either. I've decided to just observe the children and make mental notes this first day. The boys engage in physical and competitive recreation, climbing on the outdoor playset, playing a risky game of VR, or fighting over control of the doorway like the Panama Canal. Dukakis played with dolls.
Hello.
Maybe he wasn't talking with the other children, but at least he wasn't causing a mess either. The chips came out of the fridge. Since children cannot cook, there would be no stoving or microwaving of any kind.
Okay,
the
let's
only
try it.
option on the menu is potato chips. Breakfast,
Potato,
lunch, and
potato.
dinner, I decided to intervene and send Flappaboo to the backyard telescope, a broken and overpowered item that can make your kids from stupid to smart instantly. The evening continued with video games, then swimming, then video games after swimming, and concluded with a midnight snack of chips again. Finally, at 7 p.m., Dukakis, cornbread, and Peabody decided to embark on a productive hour of finger painting. Very profitable at about 13 simoleons. Around midnight, the house was a mess, and someone had broken the sink. No one took responsibility, so Pushmeat took it upon himself to swab the poop deck. It's a school night, so bedtime's at 3 a.m. The sun rose on day 2, and everyone sprang out of bed, somewhat rested, but still full of childish energy from the first day. Only Cornbread missed the bus. He spent the day peering into the telescope, looking to the skies for answers, while his peers wasted their time at school. I'm not lying. If you just keep your children at home in The Sims, have them look out the telescope all day, that's basically homeschooling them. Upon arrival home, the stupid children stood in front of the bus again. After about 24 hours of a childish explosion of pleasure-filled activity, the reality of life without grown-ups begins to set in. Mood decays. The alpha male claims his territory on the other boys. Weaker betas. Peabody is a slob. I decided to have Flappaboo call in a pizza to help rally the children, who are incapable of preparing a large meal to feed one another. I also called the cops to make sure we could get support in case anyone attacked the house. It was becoming clear to me that well-behaved, upright children like Pushmeat or Cornbread were capable of a productive existence in the adult world, able to act convincingly mature on the phone and receive pizzas from delivery men, or even just take care of the other children. On the other hand, maniacs like Huckleberry spawned chaos by staking claim of a corner in the bathroom, like a troll under a bridge, and prevented the other children from accessing the shower, sink, and toilet. Garbage piled up. There was still a child in the pool at 3:48 a.m. Dawn rose again on the third day. Dukakis ordered a pizza an hour before the school bus would arrive. Lunacy, but also a pretty baller idea. The school bus came and went. At 3 p.m., the unwashed and unhappy children arrived home to discover the arrival of Sonny the tragic clown. Classic Sims NPC, the nefarious visitor who arrives when you and your Sims mood drops too low. Most clowns cheer people up. Sonny's a real Debbie Downer. He upsets people by trespassing and participates in suspicious, borderline illegal activity. It started with innocuous but creepy behavior, like leaning over people's beds and coughing on them. Or standing in a vital doorway and crying. He's annoying, and he makes everything worse. Bounded neither by night or day, at 3:53 a.m. he was still active, party bombing the kids and disturbing everyone's slumber, then obstructing more pathways with his stupid clown body. I tried trapping him in a room with panels of sheetrock. Too bad. He teleported away. What about separating the children's bedrooms? That might work so he couldn't party bomb all of us again and wake everyone up at once. Of course, this also meant that he could physically trap people in their cells by crying and coughing in front of them, which he did. I tried to ensnare him at a pool party. I failed to trap him. What about calling the cops? That didn't work either. Law enforcement is powerless against a slippery clown. Even the children with the highest executive functioning skills simply gave up on a good night's sleep. They did better by settling down in the backyard and lying prone to rest. And so Sonny continued his reign of terror, physically preventing Huckleberry from attending school after an entire night of coughing out the window by his bedside. So after one final session of virtual reality, Huck was unfortunately forced off to join the military due to his lack of attendance and failing grades. Roaches. Garbage. When Sonny picked up the children when they arrived home from school, I knew it was time for a counteroffensive.
If anything, a clown can't resist a good birthday party. So I moved the table and chairs outside and constructed a shack around them, even hanging up his portrait on one wall to recognize him as the guest of honor. Cake was purchased, gaiety was planned. Whose birthday was it? Well, had to be, the kid with the lowest grades. Celebration! Cake eating! Sonny was seated nice and deep in the room where the festive birthday firework was launched at the carpet. Pandemonium. Several piles of ashes and unfortunate visits from the Grim Reaper later. Sonny narrowly escaped his physical demise. But, as every good Sims 1 player knows, art imitates real life. If your smile's a frown, then down with the clown. What I'm trying to say is, if you burn the portrait, that destroys his soul. Sonny was finally defeated. Gone forever. Speaking of which, we were also down to only 4 of the remaining participants. All of the surviving children were smart, but the rough home situation had prevented them from attaining a higher GPA. Peabody had a D, and in a bad mood was in the express lane for military school. You see, even if you go to school, but you're in a bad mood, you go down 1 notch of a letter grade each day. That's just how the American educational system works, folks. Who was the most powerful child? I decided to interfere and turn up the heat in this metaphorical oven a bit more. After all, necessity brings out the true nature of people's character. So I squandered the last of the money on ordering a deluge of pizzas to our doorway. Pizza, pizza, pizza. On the one hand, this would coat the entire home in a layer of delicious cheese, and allow the child capable of eating the fastest an opportunity to sprint ahead of his peers and stage an exciting comeback at school. On the other hand, it would galvanize the other children, unable to eat as fast, and starve them of vital pizza required to maintain a high GPA. So I staged this evolutionary experiment. The board was set. I demolished the entire house to have enough money for what would come next. The perfect arena to test my Sims mettle. All the best furniture. 1 for everyone. 3 golden toilets. 3 VR headsets. 3 fine chairs. 3 fridges. And defense of caring, loving teddy bears to shield them from sadness and adversity. With a robot butler and a skeleton maid, which child could pull herself back from the brink and come back without failing out of school? Conversations were had, games were played, telescopes were looked into, refrigerators were reached inside of. The first 2 girls saw off Little Debbie in short order. She couldn't take the heat. 1 more failing day of bad mood at school, and she was off to the academy. But what came next, I didn't see coming. Sabotage and skullduggery. Pushmeat drained the other girl for her social meter, then boxed her into the bathroom with a bad mood so that she was the only one to go to school, able to pass the class, barely with a D-. Textbook takedown. One of the most brutal backstabbings in Sims history. Pushmeat was, indeed, the most powerful child. Anyway, time to save. I don't know what I'm going to do with this or the rest of the neighborhood where I've completed all kinds of bizarre science experiments in this game, but she's destined for great things, I'm sure. Beating a game always seemed like a major accomplishment back when I was a kid, and The Sims 1, developed by Maxis and published by EA in 2000, was no exception. Today I'm going back to revisit the way I experienced it as a youngster. So instead of having 100 babies or doing a rags to riches challenge, I'm just gonna see how my adult brain handles trying to beat this game for the most authentic Sims experience. So I spawned in as my Sims 1 alter ego, Mr. Ambiguous. Mr. Kanye Ambiguous. And before we begin, quick shout out to my YouTuber friend Call Me Kevin, who inspired this video. Meet
Oh, hello. Oh. So, joy. Thanks. Thank you. Stand down.
Hello.
Hello, hello. So they made a sniper rifle into a grenade launcher.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Getting some drinks and I'm ready, whatever you guys want to do.
Well, it's fine. I did all the missions. You know, if you want a dark hitter, it's fine.
Yeah, same. Same here.
Oh, whoosh.
I'm only here for leveling.
Yeah, same. Too much smoke. Who got down? Where? I see. Come in. Nah, thanks. Oh my god. Fucking Scorcher. You want it? Yeah, enjoy it.
It's fine.
Good mobility tool.
Yes.
And you can kill Abomination, I guess.
Yeah.
So the team want to do Dark Eater, like 1 or 2.
What were they wanted to do?
Not me, the team. Dark Eater 1 or 2. I'm guessing 2 because of the blueprints, if you know people don't have the...
Yeah, I'm fine with every mission.
Yeah, because of
New
the...
Eater, Old Eater,
Yeah.
tier 4, tier 5, I don't mind.
Yeah, it's just the XP, I get it.
As I said to you, I was here for farming the weekly challenges, and I did 4 in 1 round.
Wow. Hello? Yeah. I think they're gonna nerf this weapon really soon. New sniper. Basically, sniper bazooka.
Let's go, Teddy. Take the chest, please.
3k. Anybody has a 3k spare?
Not sure. We do another mission and then he has 3k.
Well, true.
Easy.
Yeah, you gotta work for money. I get it.
Just give him.
Wait, which one are you, Mr. Chatty guy? You are... who's that? No. Mega Abomination. What the... Oh my god. Hello, biker.
moving this way. Disregard.
That's a big crew.
Finally, fire!
Oh, you were looking for a fire upgrade.
I love the fire ammo mod the most.
Because it deals damage over time.
I'm driving.
Yeah.
Wait, who blew up the car? Oh my god. Okay.
Here's a tool if someone needs. Someone needs a tool. Purple tool. Purple tool.
No, I'm fine. No, not my tactical.
Okay. Okay, let's go.
I cannot steer left. Oh my god.
Let's move. Perhaps ether formers would be more apt. This is no time for a lecture, Dr. Barrera. Here come the corpses.
Oh, you're already doing that. I see.
Nice one.
Yep. Wait, what's this? The fuck is this? Oh.
Let's do this as last mission and then we're going, okay?
Yeah, okay. The fuck? Guy with a minigun. Yeah. Sure. Well, thanks for having me, boys. Oh my god! The fuck? Mega Abomination. Very well. Weapon suitcase. Thanks. That's fine. Go ninja, go ninja, go. fucking bike. Yes, please. Nice. Nice. Well, thanks, game. Thanks for killing me. Oh, fuck. Well, I'm off to eat something and to watch Invincible, and I see you.